All right. Sorry. Reality. That's true. Okay, I don't want to log on. I want to log on this guy and see if his thing sold. I can get a shot on this guy, I guess. And to cover any mass, let's see if this item sold. Oh, it did. That's good. I like that. How are you doing, Sunny Map? Kira, Sunny. It is not a bad day for PvP, it's true. You see the Anna Ragebit interview? I did not. Is that today? Where's that at? On Wowhead? I mean, 2200's like you're in a pretty good place positionally, right? That's doing pretty well. It should naturally go up as it inflates though as well. So it's um, you're already obviously doing great. I'm not a feral dude, so I wouldn't be able to give the best like target advice on what you could do differently on feral specifically, unfortunately. $2,300. Yeah, I mean, you should naturally get that just based on inflation. If you just keep at it, you'll get the because the everyone's gaining rating every week. It inflates slowly over time, so you're on track already. So there's an interview on Wowhead. Where's the interview on Wowhead? Oh, Cyber TV. All right. Let's see. Why not? Is it loud enough? Legion onwards, basically, I think. He didn't kill it. No, he's about to say he didn't kill it. He was part of the team. He decided they couldn't kill it. That's what he was famous for. Kind of interesting, actually. He's implying the fact that it was so easy at the start, they had to put more stuff in. It wasn't like, I guess maybe it wasn't intentional for them to put the point. I thought it was intent. I thought it was like part of the plan, basically, to make it super easy to get to 10s, 12s, and then they like were time gating rewards effectively by putting new rewards in each patch, which they did in 0.5 and 0.7. But maybe they just are reacting to the fact that it was too easy. Oh wow, that's not rage bait. He's just like he's. I think there's a my assumption here is that he has what they were, what he's afraid he would say is say nothing about PvP, and then everyone would say they're not even acknowledging it. So what he's doing is acknowledging it, but for the sake of acknowledging it, type thing. Does that make sense? Like, it's not. He's just acknowledging it. It's not, that's all he's doing. Which to be fair, in a lot of other situations, they've barely said it. They gloss over it entirely and say nothing, right? PvP is realistically in a tough, very, very tough spot, like extremely tough spot. Tough because participation's bad. Like it can't command much. Like, I don't think it's particularly viable for it to command a lot of their salary, right? You can't just throw like, a ton of people at it, considering the return on investment for it has to be kind of low at this point. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the thing. He mentioned it, he acknowledges it, and then that's kind of the extent of it. I don't think it's to say anything. It's just he's literally trying to defend himself from criticism. Unfortunately, in his position, there's gonna be just like huge amounts of criticism thrown at him every time he says anything. Tons of criticism thrown at him. His job is incredibly difficult, regardless of how we feel about some of the things in the game. When you're in that when you're stuck in that public facing position, I'm sure he gets death threats and all kinds of crazy things. Especially because, like, as with all online games, there's going to be a fairly large number of unhappy people. Is this the worst state of PvP since when? It's complicated, kind of, yeah. I mean, it's not my favorite by any means. Probably since WoD. But to be fair, one of my biggest complaints with current PvP is being addressed next patch in a lot of ways. So it's hard to say, right? It could end up being a banger of an expansion in the end. It's just, I think the DR change was really bad, and the fact that they, you have to give them credit for maybe even with a reduced team type thing, having a turnaround in a very short span to not only revert the CC change, right, but also to increase it, to go from 16 seconds to 20 seconds in a single patch is crazy. That's not what I would expect. For reference, if you look at the change, like they're normally very stubborn, right? If you look at like Dragonflight, they made a change in Dragonflight that I think gutted a lot of CC. That was the season 2 change they made. They always make a big, the 0.1 patch, which is the one coming in a month or so. That's always that has been the patch that targeted since Shadowlands for system design and PvP, right? So in Shadowlands, that was when they put in a very large number of new honor talents. That was the main change in Shadowlands. It wasn't crazy, but it was a lot of new honor talents. Like they overhauled a lot of them. It was the biggest overhaul they've had, I think, since Shadowlands. There hasn't been a bigger one since. That one was the biggest one since Legion, where they overhauled a bunch of honor talents. And then in Dragonflight Season 1, the big change was they basically gutted a lot of CC. So they took, like Stormbolt went from, I think, 4 seconds to 3 seconds. Asphyxiate went from 4 seconds to 3 seconds. Right? 5 seconds to 3 seconds. Hodge went from 6 to 5. Kidney Shot went from 6 to 5. That type of thing. They basically like overhauled everyone's CC. And then in War Within, it was more on talent changes mostly, I think, in that one. This next one is actually bigger probably than both. Not only are they overhauling the way slows work, they're also taking a CC change that I think was largely unpopular, because most classes just get fucked by it, if I'm being real. Like the large majority of specs just get railed by the CC change. It was a really out of touch change in the first place, right? When I say that, I mean like most classes can't even spam CC. Like they're look at like an ability like blind on DK 60 seconds, right? It's a 60-second cooldown, but DRs are 16. So you can never ever take advantage. Like you can never DR something, right? You can only triple DR something. You actually don't have spam CC in the first place. Only Rogue Mage, kind of Priest with Mind Control, Cyclone, Druid with Cyclone, those types of specs, Warlock with Fair, have the ability to actually rotate CC. Most classes don't have it. So it felt like a change that was very out of touch. Lots of specs got left behind by it. So the change, the speed at which they decided, hey, this is not a popular change, and also combined with the fact that the game is just doing poorly, right? PvP is not doing well. I'm pretty impressed by the turnaround on that. Why is the change such a big deal? Well, I can only speak from my own experience on that. Like I said, most specs don't have the ability to actually DI their own things. Like in this game, the only class that can spam there's only really 2 classes that can spam CC in this game. Basically, this Moonkin and this Prez. Everyone else has stuff they can still DI it with their teammates' stuff, but their own abilities can't DI. So the change to 16-second DRs felt bad from my point of view, because it felt like the other, your opponents kind of got to cheat against you, right? Like, but they kind of changed the rules in a way that they were able to just be more powerful. Straight up. That's it. That's all it is. Like they were just literally just more powerful for no reason. So it felt like you're playing this really imbalanced game. And in particular, from a competitive standpoint, it's comps like Rogue Mage. Like Rogue Mage won both regions. It just felt like they had fucking, it felt like they were favored heavily. Like you felt like even if you would win, it just felt like they were heavily advantaged, and that just wasn't very fun to deal with. So it also just felt, there's always, and this is something that I saw on Twitter, I think it was today. I think it was not Naj, it was Jax talking about it, I think. And his point was like, you basically, players shouldn't be happy about this. It's not even targeting Rogue Mage, but it really, the anatomy of a Rogue Mage game, as someone who's played against Rogue Mage every expansion since Burning Crusade, right? The anatomy of a Rogue Mage game is such that, oh my god, spinning crank is fucking crazy. It's such that usually the general gameplay is they do their go, and then after they do their go, while everyone's on DR, you do your go. So most teams that play against Rogue Mage have this problem, right? They don't have spam or CC to spam back, so they just have to kind of weather the storm against Rogue Mage. The problem is with the CC DR change, you just weren't able to endure. Your window, instead of having 10 straight seconds of attacking, your window shifted from 10, and on top of players getting better, right? Players got better and gave you less breathing room. But with the CCDR change, the window was tiny. You got a couple globals before you went straight back into CC. Before, even if you didn't go into CC, you had to respect that you were off DR. If you're paying attention and you understood the kind of anatomy of the game, you understood that you were off DR very quickly, which meant that you're just constantly in a state of like vulnerability against Rogue Mage that did not previously exist in such a way. So the change, it's not even just Rogue Mage either. It's just anyone, right? Like healers are always off DR. It's not a good feeling. It feels like you're just playing at a disadvantage, because you don't even have the ability to DI stuff in the first place, while your enemies get to DI you all the time. So the change psychologically could actually have a very large impact, and it has nothing to do with specifically Rogue Mage. It actually isn't Rogue Mage that is the primary like loser in this case. It's just the way the game plays out. Like if you're a healer, you just don't you will have like 10 seconds. You get polyed, you come out of poly, and you've got 20 seconds before you can go back into it. That's a lot of gameplay. Like from your point of view, now you have a lot more breathing room. You have 4 extra seconds of breathing room per cycle. That's gonna be more fun, right? That's gonna be much more enjoyable. There's absolutely no universe in which a healer or any DPS that's playing in a vulnerable position, which most Melee have to and stuff too. Like it's just a good change. Honestly, genuinely a change that they deserve a lot of credit for, in my opinion. because that change. I mean, if you've seen high level, if you play against high level rogue mage, it holy shit, it feels unfun. The only time fighting rogue mage feels good is when you force them to panic DI you. You put them in a position where they have to. It's only when you put them in a position where they have to just like use stun DIs at weird times. But the problem with that is it's so infrequent. And then when they do panic DI you, you still have the issue of you're off DIs faster. So they panic DI you and they can regain their footing, and then we might get capped on here. We probably will get capped on here. That's crazy. I mean, no one's able to get to him, right? It's actually crazy. One ROP and then one slow is enough. That's smart. So they're gonna try and bleed us out here a little bit. This guy's just killing me as well, which is fun. Love when a Mistweaver kills me. It's funny because it doesn't even have room to do. It's crazy this guy actually managed to do this. Man, I'm just keeping these guys slowed. I'm being so annoying. I think I can beat both these guys. This is what DK is kind of broken. Specifically in spots where you're against, like you've got no dampening in these. So Deathstrike actually heals. Look. Oh, maybe not. Let's see. I have no HP. There might be a healer out here, but I'm going to try and be annoying. There's a healer. Pistiab lines low. I think it's game over. Oh yeah, 100%. That's the other part that's really weird about it. Rogue Mage is really good at just and not even CCing aggressively, just surviving and only using their DRs defensively. They certainly don't have to play the like snap offense game that people think of Rogue Mage as, right? It doesn't have to be an all-out offense. They can actually just dampen and endure without any trouble. They can just outmana you by not letting you play. But in particular, I think Rogue Mage will have more incentive to play offensively with this change. Like I said, with 16-second DR, they could do both. Right? If you're playing a sub Rogue Mage, they could use a DR set entirely to peel, and then use a DR set 16 seconds later to win the game. They could swap very quickly, very dynamically from offense to defense. Whereas you look at a class like Death Knight, right? Death Knight has a really tough time using, like, blind is a really long CD. It's very hard to use it both offensively and defensively at the same time. It does happen that way sometimes, but it's harder to do than a Rogue Mage that can just literally use one set of DRs entirely defensively and then immediately swap, to being offensive with their DRs. That's the bit where, I think a lot of Rogue players probably don't understand how fucking broken that is, and how much worse that, like, other classes just don't have that as an option, right? It's very, unless you can do both at the same time, you can't just be like, I'm going to blind defensively this time, then a minute later, literally an entire minute later, okay, this one's offensive. Rogue Mage can just do that, like it's nothing. No matter what, no matter which version of Rogue Mage you're playing as well. It's just like the nature of it. Even if you're playing Outlaw Rogue Mage, you have enough flexibility. Yeah, Priest is a big benefactor of next patch's changes. 100%. Priest should feel a lot better. They're on the fringe of having very short CD crowd control, but it's not at the point of being spammable. You know what I mean? So now when you push for a fair, I think the reward is much higher. When it basically, like, if you're getting fairs on CD, you're basically maximizing your DR anyway. You're almost a warlock if you're getting them perfectly. I mean, I'm speculating. But Priest was one of the classes that I thought was a pretty big benefactor of the changes. I think it's a nice. I think right now Priest feels like they're just like an inferior version of Warlock, and they won't feel as inferior. Same with Druid, actually. Like, even like comparing like Disc Priest or Holy Priest to Arrested Druid, like spammable CC on Clone is just so powerful, but actually being able to double a triple fair or fairing on CD just becomes more like you have Hunters as well, or another class, same kind of thing, right? You can't trap everyone, but Trap is getting much closer. Like, if you compare Polymorph to Trap with a 16-second DR, they can poly almost twice as often, right, as you can trap on average. And now that with that DR change, it's getting closer. The difference is only, I mean, I think it's 26 on Trap actually. But yeah, it's an improvement for sure. But that change is exciting. Like, genuinely, I am incredibly happy with that change. Oh, he's a prop paladin escorting a Mistweaver. I can't believe this thing doesn't have like a duration. It's kind of crazy. Can I even get to him and stop him in time? He's gonna skip past me anyway. But the prop paladin's actually blasting me too. Yeah, I think I need to grip him down. I can't grip him down, can I? I guess I grip him on his way past, perhaps. I can maybe snap him as he goes over the edge. There we go. We prevented him from doing his... a knock of some type. Medium ported to edge. I certainly don't want to kill this guy. Not the health stone and the reflect. Uh-oh. They're capping. Unless they get into range to grip him. I think it's pretty hard to endure in this position. Ah, I was actually like very close to getting into range. Isn't it a pity? Like I could have done that so much earlier if I just could get there. I just got peeled off. The other annoying part about this map with the changes, this guy's gonna res before I can get to him, I think. Also, I'm stuck in combat from what I have no clue. I'm still in combat. I don't even have a pet. There he is. Oh, he's already super far past. He doesn't have a friend yet. And that guy's not very far. I don't think I should be doing this. I mean, is this guy's gonna quick cap? Problem is, he's actually playing long range grip. I don't like our chances, so I'm just going to leave that zone a tiny bit to give him a bit of space, but there's not much space to give. I'm spamming shell on him too, but I mean, in this position, I have no clue how he could possibly. He's currently immune. See him going that way. I mean, he's gonna die under 10. There's no way I can stop it. Once is a healer and all that, there's no way. I don't see a way to defuse that. I mean, I think in general, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna stay with him, but he's gonna like the DK's on their guy and on us. So DK is just so effective at fucking with him. Yeah, I kind of have to train a DK. DK should never die to us though. DK is the only way to get him free. And it's a healer on top of them, right? That'd be a nice kill. I'm not getting it though. I slow priest away, so hopefully they overkite. I'll shell healer. Fades in. I just kind of get some as well on these guys. Okay, we're in the lead. Minute 46 to go. I feel like I achieved nothing. Here's their FC though. He's already rolling. I think my death was actually productive, but they might just quick cap. I have no clue how close we are. I don't know. Never mind. Oh, what the fuck is this guy doing? Alright, let me help you out. Let me help you out. He's already away. Kill the DK so I can help peel now. The DK will be back though well before. That doesn't matter. It's game over. That was certainly a game. Dre play, I mean, the buff to Dre play is margin of error level 15%, but on ability it does like 3% of your damage is not of any relevance in my opinion. Hey Malik. The bear's a true bear. He actually had to fucking endure there at the end. That cap we actually got was unlikely, I think. For him, they were on him for proportionally a lot longer. He had just literally tanked them the entire way across the map. Once you've got a Death Knight healer and like it was like a ret and the DH on you, there's no way to, you can't kill any of those classes. Back from deployment. I haven't played in close to 3 months. I am BM Hunter and Dark Ranger here. Spec has not played at all in full in this summer representation. You get no something. At the start of the expansion, I recall people were playing a bit of Dark Ranger. They just didn't do as well in comparison. It wasn't nerfed. No changes came to it. I don't think either spec really got changed this patch. I don't think either spec got touched really. It just people gravitate towards the spec that's just a little bit better, and I think Pack Leader just ended up being a little better. Especially because I think Dark Ranger's main benefit for BM was it's a little bit bustier, but BM just isn't like you can play like you wanna play into your class's strengths, right? And the issue, like I don't think Dark Ranger is terrible from what I've seen of it, but you're like BM Hunter isn't played for its burst, right? So if you're playing into your class's strengths, you're playing into your sustain, and I think Pack Leader does a better job of that. You're like, wait, where are you at right now? Are you flying? Have you oh, you're in the airport, right? How long is your flight? You got to be doing some. You're flying more direct than I would fly. I'm fairly sure. Especially if you're flying 14.5. What the fuck? Wait, what? Are you, that's direct though, right? You're flying direct from, do you have a layover and like when you're flying from Australia? You're going direct Sydney. Yeah, that's it. I would always fly one of the routes I would take because I'm going back. I'm going back to New Zealand in the next few months. So one of the other options we got if things fall through for this one is I come visit you. I don't know how you feel about that, but um, one of the cheaper ways to go to New Zealand, believe it or not, is just going through Australia. You fly through. I fly through Sydney half the time. It's cheaper every time. I mean, Sydney's beautiful. We're just gonna figure out what timing is. I have a question actually. Is so like one of the thoughts, because I was telling my mother about it, and she's like, "Well, it's winter over there right now." Sydney doesn't get affected by weather like that, though, does it? I don't think Australia gets cold like that. Let me see, Sydney temps in winter. Yeah, well, it's not like, let's see. That seems so nice. 19 degrees right now. Yeah, no, 61 degrees is not cold. Not at all. But yeah, so it's yeah, that sounds nice, but it ends up being, so in New Zealand is like fucked up price now. It's way cheaper to fly Qantas or any of the Australian airlines. I think Qantas would have flown before a bunch of times. But yeah, the direct, if you fly in New Zealand direct, it's because New Zealand shut down during COVID, they're trying to recoup the fact that they, I mean, I assume at least the price is still crazy. You're in Qantas? Yeah, I like flying Qantas. So it's just an option. I mean, like it's like a more convenient way to fly to New Zealand. So I just have a like a stop there, jump out for a day or two, and then do the last leg, and you end up saving at least $300-400. Yeah, there's no rush. You're here for how many days? You're here for like 2 weeks, right? 14 days. What's first? What are your plans first? Are you just like visiting everyone first, or are you planning to? Do you have like tourismy things? Not really tourismy things, but like like that sounds nice. So you get to finally spend that time. You don't often go back though, right? How long since you've been back? 10 years. Holy fuck. Yeah. Okay. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. You had any plans for the flight? Do you have like a ton of movies to watch? Are you gonna are you like watching your own stuff? I don't know how good in flight is nowadays. I used to always love the in flight stuff, but then obviously that was like pre like fucking. I didn't have an iPad or like now you have like I think a lot of flights have good in flight internet now and stuff too. It's a bit different. Also, I kind of feel like there aren't as many good movies out at the moment that like I used my favorite thing used to be like you go on a flight and you'd have like kind of like movies at the movies that would be on the flights a little bit early, like a few months early. You're in business class, man. Okay, we are not the same. We're not the same at all. Okay. We're not the same for those flights. The other fucking calling card of like a flight between New Zealand and America is like being super cramped in the middle of like in a middle seat flying, cross continent, and now you're that business for that's got to be a fucking experience. Couple drinks in business class sounds pretty fucking nice. If you want to see that, yeah, let's think. You didn't have like what I'm thinking of here really is like that you didn't have that level of entertainment, especially because New Zealand didn't even have Netflix until recently, or like more recently, I guess, since I left. Bro, I swear. Wait. Oh, what the? Hang on a second. Business versus first class. What is the difference between first class and business class? What has their own room? What airplane are you on? What class of airplane? I guess is it Airbus or like a Boeing? Because it'd be like a 737, I assume. Airbus are the nicer new ones, I think. I always flew on the older like 747, 737 type thing going on Qantas. So I think I've flown Airbus one time. Flying to, where was I flying to? I think I was flying to Europe in like 2018. 2018 it would have been. And it wasn't an Airbus. And it was like they're just like giant. I mean, the level like the level of comfort you're gonna have flying first class or business is insane. So it depends like what you're. So he hasn't gone back to the U.S. in 10 years. So for him, I don't know if he's the same. You still might be a bit jet lagged, but your chances of being cooked by jet lag are lower, obviously, when you're more comfortable on the flight, right? Like if he wants to sleep, he can sleep. So he doesn't have to be jet lagged. If he puts an effort, he doesn't have to be jet lagged. With me, I can't sleep. I just end up being that day ends up being a 24-hour wake day, and then I'm cooked for the first like I'll go to New Zealand for like 8 days, and I'll be like asleep for like 2 of them. The first day you don't remember because you're so tired, and the second day you sleep in and you're kind of cooked. Yeah, so like there's definitely value in it if it's not like you've tried hard. I mean, if you're not flying business, I think it's almost. I mean, I've never flown business, so I couldn't actually say for sure if I could. There's like something like kind of nice about there's something kind of nice about being able to watch stuff and like the novelty of free drinks also is interesting. Even though they're like it's just like it feels like getting it's like having room service except it's free. I know you have free. I'm saying you always get. I'm saying what I enjoy about it. You get. I've flown Qantas before, and you get it no matter what. Like, the entire cabin gets free drinks, free alcohol, free everything. But it like when you're on an airplane, it feels like you're getting like room service. You know what I mean? Um. So even being a because I've only flown, I literally buy the cheapest possible flights every time. Like we're always on the absolute worst. I mean, it's got to be pretty fucking nice for the longer flight. Again, you get to the point where if you fly for so long like that, you just lose a day. You lose you like guaranteed fucked if you can't sleep. And maybe you don't want to. Maybe you're willing to maybe that's fine. Maybe you don't sleep on business as well. but you're still gonna arrive with like less aches and pains and everything like that. Super cheap, 12. You said super cheap, $12,000 in the same sentence, my friend. This is why I'm not going back to New Zealand. I haven't gone back in 6 years. It's 20,000 for some flights. No, I mean, I get it. Air travel is too expensive nowadays. I think going back to New Zealand for me, even on like literally the most like obtuse flight possible, is like 2 or 3,000 now, even with cheap seats. I mean that's got to be like a nice life experience though too, right? Coming to visit you. I mean, I'll come. I'll go to Australia for sure. Have I been to the Shire in New Zealand? I've driven past where. So when you drive past the South Island, if you do we did drive like a long time ago. You drive past the landmarks. I mean, it's heavily CGI'd if I'm being real. That ain't New Zealand, but there is like the landscape in the movies is New Zealand. 20,000. That is an insane flight though. I mean, again though, 10 years is. I feel like you've waited 10 years to do it. It's probably fair, you know. Never went on with place and I drove to New Zealand. Yeah, I miss it. I have not been back there in the longest I've ever not been back there. I mean, my dad like passed like 4 years ago. I haven't been back. So I haven't been able to go back since. I haven't even gone back for the like we did. You know, he didn't even like it was during COVID, so you didn't have a funeral. It's been an experience. But I'm finally going back this year. I think a little later on the Harry Potter. Wait, that's what Harry? That's got to be like something in. Is that like movie props? Oh, what the fuck? It's in Colorado. Where is that at? A UK thing. What the fuck? I googled that and it came with a Colorado address. They must have a lot of them in different places. I would have thought. I was assuming it'd be London, and then for some reason it popped up with stuff. I guess it just went by geolocation and it tried to find stuff close to me. Yeah, no, I mean that was years ago. That happened during the subathon actually. Like a couple of years ago, I was in my subathon and I got the call about that. But nah, it's long since passed. You know. I'm annoying this guy. That's the important thing. So how long until you push off earlier? How long until the flights leave? I swear it has to be so exciting to do that. It's gonna be an insane experience for you. Have you flown business a lot or not really? I take it not considering it's been 10 years. I mean, during COVID, it was not easy to travel at all for anyone. Matt, doesn't matter where you're at. It was like it's like a very there's a large number of people that had those types of things happen. Very large number of people. It's crazy to think about, actually. Like it actually messes with my mind every time I think about it, because it's like the world is so different before COVID and so different after COVID. It's normal again. You know, nothing's like, you know, it just feels the same, normal. But for those 2 years, it felt really weird. Can he port with lag? Yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird. It's been such a long time now. It actually is. It is something that I think about every couple months. Just how much the world has changed in such a short span. Thought about it. So I got my passport renewed. This is why, like, I know I'm doing it this like very soon. I renewed my passport about 3 weeks ago. Which should be here pretty soon. So I just renewed my passport, and we're looking at getting her one. Hers is harder to deal with because she's getting a first issuance of it, but mine's just a renewal, so it was, you know, took me not long. So it probably depends on if we can get hers in the you know, couple months. Oh my god. Yeah, I had the weirdest experience as well going into COVID. So when I flew from the US, you could almost date it to a specific week, right? When I flew, I got on the plane, no one was talking about it, right? So at the US end, it was, I actually remember it very vividly. So at the very start of my trip, we had a 1 full day layover. Got fucking, oh, that's not good. We had a full day layover for some reason in LAX. And then, so I lost an extra day. And then by the time I landed and I was getting off in New Zealand, you know, a day late, people wearing masks, and it was on the TVs and stuff. People were talking about it. It was just rumblings of it. And then I was there for like a week and a half, maybe, or a week. And by the time I went back, like, all the stuff was coming out about it. And then, like, right when I got off the plane in America, it was starting to become an actual concern, like a big concern. It was just like the time period that I flew was like right at the very beginning of like it being discussed. Like, it was like effectively, it was just like rumors out of Wuhan basically at that point, right? Where they were saying it was a virus that spread without symptoms and all that kind of thing, and everyone was confused by it. And then obviously, you know, not long after that, it was in different parts of the US and starting to become a thing. It's just a really weird time period to like think back on. I'm grateful that it, you know, ended up being something you could mitigate against, and it was like a, you know, the world is back to normal, and we aren't just, you know, in that weird state anymore. It just kind of passed. She has not left yet. She's having a rough couple weeks, honestly. I think she's went to bed already. She's had some stuff going on for the last couple weeks. She's had a tough one. I'm gonna try and get there. I appreciate that, Matt. I'm glad. I'm glad. You know, it's been a couple years now. I appreciate you being around, man. Yeah, 1440 is crazy. It's you're kind of cursed though, Rio. You'll see why in a bit. I I kind of regret going to 1440. Once you go to 1440, it's like it's like putting your refresh rate up on your monitor too, right? Like it's the benefits are interesting. There are trade-offs, but the big thing is you can't go back. You're you can never, like there's trade-offs, right? Like it looks way better, but your frame times are a little worse and it's a little bit more stuttery and harder on your PC. If you got a really good PC, it's fine, probably. But once you have done that one time, you can never change back. Like you go to a 1080p, it'll look like shit. It's unusable. When you go high, like high quality, high refresh rate, it just like affects the way that you like think about things. I guess I'll play D. Go out there on this guy. That's a big cap. Minute 34 left. There's not really much time. If we just turtle a little bit here, things get very interesting. Yeah, I would earlier. But it depends if I go back to her parents or not with her. I don't know I don't know. I don't know our travel plans yet because it's based on she's having some health issues at the moment, and it's based on what she wants to do. I'm kind of letting her. She's, like I said. Oh, there's a rogue there. I saw him grab it. They're trying to send it. If I get the blind, he's not getting it. Ah, it's a good blind from them to counter, but 25 seconds. Wait, if I get it, I'm really. Oh, that's really good. That's really good too. That's enough. He's not getting out of there. Not at this point. 2 DKs on him. He's going nowhere. All right. We're happy with that. No, man, my mouse getting up there now. I will let you know as soon as I know what we're planning to do, how we're planning to travel and all that kind of thing. Matt with the 3-month gifted sub. Thank you very much, buddy. That is my first sub, I think, today as well. Thank you very much, man. Your Discord? Do I see it? No, I do. What the fuck? Wait, you in like the first class lounge? Or the business lounge? Is that a thing? In the business lounge? That's nice. Wait, what are we drinking? Having a scotch? Is it complimentary? I assume it's complimentary too, right? No, is it complimentary before? It probably isn't. You probably have to pay for that. I feel like the business lounge kind of... Oh, it is free? Oh, shit. So if you're in the business lounge, you're hoping for the flight to get a layover so you can just sit there and free food, drinks. Oh, is that one of the places that have I don't know if Qantas have this. Some places in the US have like a thing where they have like a big, you like have to pay for it though. Even if you, I think you like have to have like a membership type thing. They'll have like an area with like a whole bunch of it's like a cafeteria type thing for everyone flying, like who's a member of, like, it's like the, I can't remember the name of it, but in the US they've got a few of them that I've seen. Check that out, buddy. But it's for business class. I mean, for how, you know, for 12 grand. Oh, yeah, I guess it actually does seem like for a 14-hour flight. Let's see. Wait, I just thought about it as well. You're also flying back for the 4th of July. It's got to be a high point for stuff too. Has a shower too. It's crazy. Is it super busy? I assume that like flights to the US are like packed right now because of that. The Thursday? Yeah, I just figured people are flying back for the 4th. You do well, PvP. What is better overall, Arms or Fury? I think Arms overall right now, generally. It's considered a bit tankier, a bit more flexible with its damage, and good cleave. I think when you play Fury, you kind of have to pick between having a cleavy build or having a single target build, while also being a little less tanky. Would you ever fly back to New Zealand to celebrate a specific holiday? I mean, if I had limitless money, I would fly back every Christmas, I think. If I had the option to, because that was just always the day that, like, you know, like both sides of my my family would meet, and we'd have, like, you know, we'd have like lunch with one side and dinner with the other side. For what the fuck, Mannerley, with 100 gifted subs. What an actual fucking god. What an actual fucking god, man. Holy actual fuck. He literally gifted 100 subs. He's top on the week again. Bro, every time I click this, it actually, look at this. I fucking love this. Watch this. Wait, how do I do this? Wait, now when we do it, I was like making it like spam over and over again. Every time I clicked it, it would do the animation. Bro, you're figuring... What the fuck, man? He's at an airport, about to get on a $12,000 flight, and he gifts 100 fucking subs. What an actual fucking legend, man. I love you, buddy. What an actual fucking god. Level 11 hype train is actually, like, it went from level 1 to level 11. Yeah, I would fly back Christmas, but it's also awkward because, like, Christmas is like it's very impossible to have both sides of my family meet. Like, have Aaron's side, like my side, I guess, and like, you know, my my parents' side, because my mother won't fly. She's like afraid of flying, and Aaron won't fly. So I don't actually have a way to make them like they'll never met each other, and they never will. I don't think. I don't see a universe where that can ever happen. I've tried that before. I don't think so, Leia. Um, she, I mean, I don't know what it would take. Because have you not seen? Oh, what's the fucking thing that happened? Like I'm not concerned with any of that stuff. Like I don't give a shit. Like I would be, you know, I would enjoy it a lot. But what was the thing that happened? The like ship boat or whatever it was. You guys, someone's gonna immediately know what I'm talking about. Like people got like the whole boat got violently ill. Like the illness cruises. I can't think of the name of it. They had a literal fucking name. There was a. It's not one time, but the one time's enough for her. But it's not enough. I don't give a shit. The hands. Yeah, I don't. No, that's another one. That's new. No, that's a new one. That the hantavirus one's this year. And that supports her theory of not doing that even more. No, I'm thinking of something else in like 20. It was a while ago where one. I want to Google it. I'm just gonna Google shit cruise, and it's gonna come up. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the poop cruise. That's a different thing, man. It was a 2013 engine fire knocked out the ship's power in the Gulf of Mexico, leaving over 4,200 passengers and crew stranded for 5 days without air conditioning, running water, or working toilets. That sounds like a fucking nightmare. Infamous nickname due to its resulting sanitation crisis. With no electricity to flush, toilets backed up, and raw sewage flooded passenger hallways. I'm sorry if anyone's eating right now. Anyway, that like soured her to that idea, but this is like during COVID as well. There was the occasional like, you know, crews would get infected by thing and all that. She just has like that mentality, I guess. She won't fly. It doesn't make sense for the cruise. No, don't validate it early. That's not how I feel. I would happily go on a cruise, man. It's like a 0.001. Honestly, like I when I was a kid, we'd go to Rotorua like every end of year type thing, and I would get sick 100% of the time. It didn't change a thing. You know, like I would get ill every time. I would get like I get like a throat infection or an air infection or something, and it would never affect. I would happily do it again. Like who cares? Who cares if you get sick? Like it's life, right? It's not like it ruins the experience to like if it happens at like a really bad time, like at the very start of a trip, sure that could ruin it, I suppose. But like I don't see that as like a detriment to me. Like the risk of getting ill doesn't concern me. Yeah, that's the kind of like I mean that's different to what we're talking about here. Again, earlier I think with the 100 gifted subs, but Chuck thing with the host, Matt thing with the 3-month gifted sub as well. Well, I don't know. I mean, being completely real, like if it was Rose, I feel like the experience would far outweigh. You know, like obviously, like no one, you want no one to get like seriously ill, but if she got like a to get the experience of flying or going on a cruise or whatever, and if she got like a, you know, cold or flu or whatever from that, that's life. The experience she gets would far outweigh the illness. It doesn't, like, you know, as a kid, I felt that way every time, right? Like the experience of going on a trip, even if I knew going on it before I got in the car or wherever, you know, I would know I'm gonna end up sick before I get home. It didn't outweigh the joy of actually doing it. Afraid of being crowded economy? No, I don't know. I don't think so, because I've asked my mother the same question before. I don't think it's to do with the conditions of it. I think it's like I don't know. Risk averse? Will my mother go on a cruise? She gets seasick too, man. My mother gets sick on the flights. That's why she's not. I think she's also like afraid on some level, but I think her biggest issue is she gets ill. So I imagine going on a boat isn't gonna help that much, you know, like the rocking waves. So her situation's a little bit different. Because I think she has had, like, when she and my father first got together, apparently they go on flights, and she had some like really, really miserable ones where she was throughout the entire flight type thing. That being said, when you fly on the giant airplanes, you don't have that as an issue. You know, they probably weren't as big of flights. You know, they're probably flying on the smaller flights like if you're flying on like a 767 like cross country, you know, if you're flying between, I think it's 767 is the small ones, right? I think the smaller the number, the bigger the flight. But the smaller flights, maybe 787, whatever it is, the tiny ones, those ones have like crazy turbulence. Like yeah. That's the plan, or to try to do that, because we're working on getting. I got my passport renewed. Hasn't arrived, but it should be here in the next, hopefully next week or so. And I have to get hers. We have to apply for hers, which I don't know how that takes, honestly. But that's it's a bit different. We have to go, dig up a birth certificate and get her a passport. I think it takes longer to issue those. So it probably depends on whether we can get it issued before end of year. She turned 9. She had her birthday on the weekend. She just turned 9. Yeah, it's actually crazy. I think I started playing with Chuck. Well, I played with Chuck well before she was born, actually, but I started playing with Chuck that year after BlizzCon when she was like 4 months old at the time. Into ponies. She has a new thing. She's into snakes. She wants to buy a snake. It's insane. She's like, oh, they're only $30. I'm like, you couldn't pay me to have a snake. You could not pay me $100 to have a snake. I don't give a shit how small it is. Pay me $100,000 to have a snake. For $100,000, I would probably have a snake. I wouldn't be happy. I would be happy. Okay, I would be happy about it. I wouldn't be like, I wouldn't touch the snake. You know, I would keep it. I don't know how you like. I think you can put them in like a tank or something. But yeah, no, I'm not. It's just like it's not a pet, you know, like a dog or a cat. It's different. Cow, sheep, like fucking. What else we had? We've had cows, sheep, goats. Like, those are all chill. But snake is just, it's like having a pet tarantula. Like, what's the point? Would you touch? Yeah, I mean, I would probably. I don't think. It just doesn't seem like a smart pet to have. I don't think I would be like, I think that will end up happening anyway at this point or later, just because. But one thing from growing up in New Zealand has taught me, and that is that and New Zealanders are afraid of snakes. Like, the whole country's afraid of snakes. Apparently the country's afraid of a lot of shit. We're afraid of nuclear, like, at all costs as well. But yeah. The like touching a snake thing, like I think that's something that we're gonna have to concede for her anyway. We're gonna just let it go to it. There's like apparently there's some like snake exhibit in Denver somewhere that we can go to, and she can like handle a snake or whatever. I don't entirely know how they. I mean, I guess getting bitten isn't like the end of the world, technically. But New Zealand does have like New Zealand as a country is extremely paranoid with snakes, right? They're an invasive species and they want no fucking part of that shit, which to be fair makes sense. Have a good one, Matt, buddy. It was nice talking to you, man. I will probably be here. I'm going to be here until I'll be here until 8 o'clock tomorrow is the plan. Was it much of a process to get through customs and stuff earlier? It's always interesting when you fly to the US, they've got way stricter protocols. On that side? I swear like that they had extra inspections and stuff, at least in the airports I've flown, because the US is very strict. LA though just kind of grill you to make sure you're going home. That's the main thing. Oh, it's interesting actually. Oh fuck. Huh? They actually will probably like kind of like. I'm not trying to make you paranoid. Like, because you have family over here, they try to analyze your ties. Thank you for the host, buddy. Thank you very much, man. They yeah. They'll grill you a little bit just to make sure that you're leaving when time's up. Wait, do you have U.S. citizenship too? You have joint U.S. citizenship. Like they probably don't give a shit. Do you just have citizenship still? Oh, then they won't give a shit. Ah, then you'll have like a 1 millisecond step, you know. Yeah, it's always a bit of a process for me because I don't have a US passport. So I fly New Zealand passport. But I have like a permanent resident. I have a green card. Do you have to do anything to maintain that? Like, to maintain both? Oh, that's it? Okay, interesting. I probably should do the citizenship test at some point. I just have to study like 100 questions and then pay some amount of money. I don't know how much money. Probably it probably isn't that bad. A few $100 maybe. I don't think you need a lawyer or any kind of legal documentation for that for those steps. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, that part. I think the US one's harder to maintain because you have the birth citizenship. It's not a problem. I know that I know of some New Zealanders that have joint citizenship, but they have to like fly. They have to do like a trip between both every certain number of months to maintain it. But that's because I assume that their U.S. citizenship is not by birth. It's it'll be American through some form of. I think they get through job maybe, but they have to like to maintain both. They have to do stuff. I wonder how much. So it's been 10 years for you. I wonder how much you'll miss it. Like, Most people that I know of that have been in one, they're not that much. Oh shit, maybe not. Maybe not. That'd be interesting. I mean, I like it over here. I like the US. Like I miss the people in New Zealand, but I don't feel like I miss New Zealand in other ways. Like I don't miss the traffic. I don't miss uh the cost of everything. Make up the Hansa. I think they're slowly losing us, maybe. That guy is doing some damage. I think the DI change is really good. Maybe I snipe this guy? No, I can't. Where are we going? Looks like I want to go other place, maybe? Good hope somewhere. Blood in your laptop. Oh, hang on. Oh, we're just the fuck. I mean, it's game over. You probably just let him have it. This is a weird game. I'm looking now. Oh wow, you got a 5060 on it. Oh, it's a lot of RAM too. For nowadays. That's a wait, is that a that's the Australian price. That's a really good price. For the actual specs on that, it's insane. With the price of PCs right now, I'm surprised that doesn't look like it's getting increased at all by the AI stuff, which is surprising. Oh wow. That's a really good price. Like it kind of has there's no compromise there really, right? That's just nice everything. It's got a nice 7, it's got a 5060, so it's good for like any kind of game, pretty much. And then it's got 24 gigs of RAM, which is like, you know, considering the price of RAM right now. That's sick. And it's also in Australian dollars too. Oh, it doesn't show. Okay, so you have an upgraded version of that. And you have $400 less. Because this shows IPS there. You have an OLED one. And you got it cheaper. That's crazy. How did you? It was just on sale or something like that. How did you? It's way better. It's a way better deal than even that, and that's already a good deal. I feel like well, but I think the 20-month 3 sub, pick them the host, or lay them 100 gifted subs, chuck them the host, and Matt, think of the gifted sub, the 3-month gifted sub as well. Only instance, I mean, it'll be insane for WoW or anything like with that you're doing with WoW at the same time. You know what I mean? JBL. Have I heard of JBL? Let me see. I mean, it sounds like an actual headset compared to like Steel Series and all that kind of thing. They're more gaming-y. JBL is like a. I think they make home audio. Yeah, they're home audio and stuff, right? So it's like a. It'll be more audiophile, I would assume. Yeah, yeah. So it's gonna be a bit different. Like Steel Series is more. This guy? Oh, you on sale too? Or is it just you're showing it from being on sale? Yeah, see, this is interesting. Wait, no. It's just coincidence. It's like JBL. Yeah, it's a brand that I saw in New Zealand a lot. Your Cobra, what's up, Cora? Oh, right now? It's good with Outlaw? I mean, I'm down to do. We got 21 Brazils, so you're always welcome to come along to 21s with us or 20s, whatever. What do you want to do? Probably do 20s first. My monk has 20 Brazils for tank. If you want to do like Malakleave, and my DK's at 21 Brazils. You're always welcome to come along to those. I always, I'm looking to do 8 keys a week on my monk when I can. It should be in a much better state too. With we're getting these upgrades next week, so you're back in 2 weeks. You'll have the full access to the entire folio, so you just get free power. I think 20s probably get them out, personally, but the title for 20 doesn't change much. Let me see. Title arraign, or I think 20s, personally. It gets like you aren't getting much player power anymore. Let me see. Seasonal rating cutoffs. Yeah, 1% is 3,800. I would assume all 20s is chill for that. I would think so. It's so because it's like, oh, that's not good if I die. I have to use everything. Because it is the top 1%, it's 10 times more spots than the rank 1 title. The rank 1 title is moving a lot. Because it's 10 times as many spots in the 1% title, it's not moving much, but also like it's just hard to pug 20s. Like everyone was getting gear, so they were easy to progress on, but you got into a point now where it's kind of a wall for a lot of people. It's a wall for me, even, like for everyone, right? Like it was hard on my monks to get all 20s done. We pugged endlessly with that Brazil, and it was tough. Like it actually took a long time. So I would say, see how you feel in 20s, and you probably are chilling. The other thing that's really nice from that POV is like I need to learn the Malakleave routes. We always play hybrid comps. Like everyone tries to play DHDK and stuff, and I always had DHDK, but even when I was playing Malakleave, I was like, even when I was playing my monk, we were playing the DHDK comp more often, and it's just weird. Like the meta, especially with warrior comps and stuff, is to play Malakleave. What you do is you do like when we did keys, right? When we were doing keys earlier on in the season, I was always trying to do the big pulls. Malakleave doesn't do that. Malakleave does nice small pulls, and they just do lots of them, and they drag mobs a lot. So it's just like small pulls, and then you just try and move as quickly as you can. You just cycle through. So it's lots and lots of very small pulls compared to a couple of very big pulls with that. The title, the rank 1 title for Mythic Plus is probably higher than 4. I expect it'll be like a lot of 22s, maybe all 22s, maybe. I think right now it's just like 4 of them or 3 of them. But I think it'll end up being all 22s by end of season. That one's more prone to move. I don't think the rank the 1% title will move much. Yeah, it's going up like 6 or so a day. I mean, it'll probably end up getting to the point where it kind of caps because they just aren't, like Erin, for example, she can't get into any keys pretty much in 20s. Like she can get in 21 pugs, but getting in 22 pugs are just like extremely selective. There aren't many of them. Even I mean, there's just like a lot of competition as well. Like, so there are like melee cleave is really good. I think melee cleave is actually more popular overall at Mythic Plus. There's just a lot of variants of it, right? You have exactly one composition you can play if you play Metacomp, right? Metacomp is exactly DHDK, Orgavoka with Masuba Monk and Guardian. That's your Metacomp. And the variations of that are like you can maybe swap one DPS spot, like the Org can swap, but that's almost it, right? There isn't a whole bunch of variation. But when it comes to melee cleave, the only constants generally, it's basically just Asham is the only constant. Everything else changes. You can go with Warrior. There's a whole bunch of different comp options for melee cleave. You can play it with the Hunter. You can play it with Warrior, DK. You can play it with Guardian. Like there's a bunch of different. You can play Brewmaster for it. I've seen some people even play Windwalker Monk with Guardian too. Like there's options. Play arms. I mean, I expect you'll be all right as Fury. I will say though, I think arms is just easier than Fury. I don't think you would notice a difference. You know what I mean? Like in terms of like difficulty with the two, because arms just has like kind of less going on. Yeah. So there's well, the biggest thing is if you play Weaver, I think rookie. Weaver wants to play and do big pulls. So if you're playing the enhanced comp, you're probably playing a hybrid. You're not playing the melee cleave where you do small pulls, lots of small pulls. We're cooked. That's not good. Yeah, Weaver I think relies on big pulls for its healing. I think the smaller the pull, the actual harder it is for them to heal. We need cart and or I mean I don't even sure. I think I'm supposed to spin. We can't let them have the cart, even though we want. Like my role is fairly static. I should be Crystal and managing Crystal. That should be my role. I think as the Death Knight. I think it's the role of the other Death Knight. So I don't think I'm doing the wrong thing by doing this. Obviously, we want to try and snap away and get a second cart, and we win. But I don't have a good way to do that yet. I mean, I think this game's gonna end. It's a cart cap. I can't let them have the base. Yeah, my job is to be here and just spin. I mean, there's a hunter there. There's no way I can snap away and kill us. I don't know what our solution is here with them getting that. The double cap is just too devastating. Maybe I just have an opportunity to try and kill everyone here. Hey, assume I'm better at spinning mid. Both teams didn't have weavers, right? The weaver part made it pretty fucking tough to do anything. But yeah, I think Fury's fine for a Mythic Plus. Yeah, I think Fury is good for like I said, we did the wrong style of pull before for melee cleaves. You don't want to do the just pull everything and try and AoE everything down. As melee cleave, it's like smaller pulls, and you do like it actually looks really fun. I've done it almost never. Just like a few instances I've done the melee cleave pulls. Like one, I think only one really, only Nexus Point and the start of Skyreach. I was looking at like how you're supposed to do it. Like Skyreach, you do like a half pull, and you CC two moms, and you have funnel, and it's just like you're trying to do every boss with a couple extra mobs for like everyone to get a little extra cleave and stuff. But it looks in general like I would say easier than the Metacomp. Metacomp has sketchy big pulls, but if you succeed in them, you obviously save a lot of time. Yeah, title. I doubt title gets to 3900, and I think I don't even know if you have to have any. Let me see what my monk's rating is. My monk only has 221s. My monk is I don't know about 22 resolving title. I don't know enough about end of season Mythic Plus stuff. So my monk has got 220. My monk is 100 points above with only 222s or 221s. Sorry, 221s. So it looks like Resil 20 is probably good for the title. Sorry, not for title, for Resil 20 is very good for mount. Or like a couple 21s to be very safe. An app to guess it. So it's overlaying previous season like jumps and stuff. So what's it think? I'm trying to actually process what it's saying. It thinks full 119. Score extrapolated. Oh yeah, 3870. So yeah, it's a result 20 is all you need for the it's predicting the you only need 20s done or Leia for the 1%. That's very cool. Thank you for linking that. Oh wait, let's do threes. List your add-ons available. Wait. These wait. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff disabled, but this is what I'm using. If you want to just click this point, most of it should be in my Discord. I don't think I've changed too much, but I may have changed the actual like the loadouts themselves a little bit. Plans post CBC. I mean, at this stage, my plans are more or less, um, my plans are more or less to do with doing other stuff. I don't think I mean, next season looks really good. Being real, like actually incredibly good. But I also I don't really see a universe where Chuck and stuff are interested in playing. So I would assume that's probably the end of that one. So probably no plans. I don't find out the team at this stage. I'd say it's unlikely, but obviously, you know, keep playing and we'll see what we can do with that. But I've got no plans for it really. Yeah, I think I mean I do think that unironically it would have been a really fun BlizzCon to go to. That BlizzCon's being played in the new patch, and that new patch looks very cleave heavy. It looks like for the first time in about 4 or 5 years, cleaves can fight back really well. Non-CC comps can fight back really well. Well, no, I mean from a competitive standpoint. Like I think if we were going, we'd be playing some form of cleave, and it would be fine. It wouldn't be disadvantaged against Rogue Mage. Just because of the CC change coming in. I think Rogue Mage takes a hit from that. They can't just wean as hard. They can't just keep you from playing the game. That's kind of the when you play against Rogue Mage, a lot of times the way it ends up playing out is they just end up using CC on you just to keep you from doing damage to them, and then they like have enough DRs to then also use their CC aggressively afterwards. Yeah, I mean, the change they made this expansion especially made Rogue Mage feel really awful to fight against because they could actually just weather the storm by just CC. Like they could scramble and CC your cooldowns really comfortably, and then have extra DRs to work with when it was time to actually try to kill you. What are the new DR changes? So it's a combination of things. So they going into this expansion into Midnight, the change they made was they made it so you only have 2 DRs. So you have a full DR, and then the next DR is 50% reduced, right? So 2 DRs instead of 3. Previously you had full 50 and 25. Wait, no, full half and then what was the third? It's like quarter DR. What you had before, and they reduced the duration on CC and made it so all like CCs last for a little less time, and they made it only 2 DRs, and they made it 16 seconds. Like you're on cooldown for 16 seconds, you're on DR for 16 seconds. Next patch, you still have the exact same CC durations, and you only have 2 DRs, but it's 20 seconds instead of 16. So you are like drastically less vulnerable to being CC'd in general. It's gonna be the least CC heavy patch the game's ever had, probably. Which maybe seems bad, but it's not really as bad as it sounds, because a lot of comps don't even have spammable CC. Like a lot of classes don't even consider these changes as like having more or less CC. They just get stronger relative to the classes that can spam it. Only like 4 classes can actually spam CC in the game, right? 5 maybe? Basically, Evoke can spam, Druid can spam, Rogue has the ability to CC on the mages and locks, right? That's 5. 5 classes can spam CC in this game. Everyone else is tethered to a cooldown that completely ignores these changes. So 5 classes have spammable CC, and the other like 7 or 8 do not. Then they have to wait for 30-second CCs every time. So this is just an equalizing effect. It probably won't affect the majority of matchups. It barely will affect shuffle, but it does. Like if you're playing, more than half the classes in the game don't have spammable CC, and therefore feel like they're getting bullied by the classes that do. Especially because in more recent times, Blizzard don't tune around that anymore. It used to be the case that if you had spammable CC, it came at a cost on some level. Maybe not with Warlock, but in general. Not anymore. There isn't like a DPS penalty on having spammable CC anymore. You're not looking forward to it? Cut of Death's back, man. You're not looking forward to having a farm 2 Cut of Deaths? The minute engines rotating in. Oh, they'll nerf him. I think they want to have Mythic Plus be easy. I bet it'll be the same shit. But yeah, they look a bit. So this is what they said. That people were saying about dungeons. This expansion, like the start of the expansion, everyone was saying you could tell exactly. You can tell exactly which dungeons were in the rotation because they were like way easier than the other ones. My assumption is that they'll nerf them down, strip them down a lot. How about Murder Row? I've done them all on Mythic Zero, yeah. That was the Mythic Zero, right, for the season at the start? And yeah, they were it was brutal. Yeah. This was a... It's a quarter. It's like a kind of like quarter stars type of thing. I don't know. I think it'll be alright. Yeah, I just assume it'll get stripped down a lot earlier. Because I assume that they designed Motoro during it wasn't until season 3 of War Within that they made Mythic Plus dungeons super easy. That was like the season 3 design change, and it's been really well received. I would be very surprised if dungeons feel difficult. They'll all get stripped down a lot. What I'm saying is that they probably designed Murder Row and a lot of those dungeons before they did the War Within season 3 rework. So they ended up being like they used to want to try and have mechanics in the game that like would kind of like mechanics check and gear check and interrupt check your groups, and they considerably reduced that, right? Especially in lower key levels, they made a lot of things just non-lethal at lower levels. Mob Guild, 8 out of 14. You're almost the bosses that I think are really unfun though. I don't know. Did you raid them back in the day? I in Mop I remember those because I rated I loved SOO up until we got to I think it was Siege Crafter, and then it just felt so much more difficult for us. Siegecraft on heroic actually felt like a fight. Like I still remember the fight, right? Like it just felt like it required. It was a fight where you could no longer micromanage it. I like to try and micromanage as much as I could and just call everything that I could. And that fight just felt like there was too much chaos to successfully do that. Bro, what the fuck did I just see? I mean, it looks like we're winning. Or it's tied. Be a big kill if we can get it. Couldn't quite get it. Tried. Oh my god, he actually got it. Yeah, Zug got caught though. They kind of have that many in their cut, right? They got one dude in their cut. Garrus could fight. I liked. I mean, Garrus looked like less crazy. I feel like you could micro. Like Garrus was at least a one Leia fight. You know what I mean? Like the whole group was going through the same Leia, which was nice. This is game over. No, actually, just win. They just are all. They're just way stronger. Cutting edge. I don't know how much gold it costs. Probably like 5 million gold or something like that for cutting edge. Shit is not cheap because we're trying to get Aaron the trinket for Mythic Plus, and it's insanely expensive. You borrow 5 mil. I got 300k. I think that's only my 300k. I think it's 5 mil for cutting. Oh, maybe I'll for just a kill. It might come down in price. Let me see what they charge for it. It's hard because they have like their own things. Oh wait, no. Okay, it's not. To buy the mount is 3 mil. That's to kill the last boss and get the mount. So I think it's only 1.9 mil. This one is at 900k for one boss in Void Spire. Wait, no. Yeah, no. Wait, what? I don't know. Everyone's price is so weird. What trinket? She wants to get a Void Spire light this thing. She's out to Lidney on Mythic. Yeah. I haven't looked actually if there are pugs going for it every so often. They'll happen at like weird times. Looks like no. Yeah, the trinket's just like so essential though. Allegedly. I don't know. It looks awkward on Shaman, but everyone uses it. On some fights, it's probably not awkward at all. And just, you know, you have like nice gaps to use it. Yeah, some pretty big CC changes coming in. That I usually just permit if it lets. It currently catches all because people used to link keyloggers, like viruses, and people would also link um like screamers and stuff too. It's not nearly as big of a thing nowadays. I don't often. Right now it's 16, it's going to 20. It's a big change. Huge change. Like it's going to massively affect. Again, it's only 5 specs that get affected, 5 classes that get affected by it, but those 5 classes will lose the ability. They'll have to make a choice between CCing offensively and CCing defensively. And that's a very large difference. Against Rogue Mage, when they commit their DRs, you will have a very large amount of time to fight back. Yeah, I should. I don't know how to, but you're right. Like putting a Wowhead and all that kind of thing on would be interesting. Twitch as well, mostly. Although to be fair, I'm actually okay with not having Twitch linked because people will link occasionally like pretty outrageous shit from people that are like, you know, maybe not banned yet, but are on the way type thing. It's good. It's not just Rogue Mage, but yeah, I mean, CC in general has been used. Spammable CC is being abused by everyone, right? I'll give you an example. Like, and Warlock's not even meta right now, right? But Warlocks will routinely try and spam fair you to kill you. And current Blizz devs actually think it's good gameplay. But to be honest, they intentionally changed it so they could spam fair and kill you at the same time. It's very Burning Crusade of them, but everyone spams. Like every spammable CC is abused to kill people. And then when you've got like things like poly or fair, you're using it to peel their cooldowns, and then you're using it right afterwards to then try and kill them. With it, with it being a shorter DI, it gets abused even harder. It's just the reality. No change to Ice Block. They are buffing mage defenses right now. Is Marks cooked? I don't know. I've heard two different people talk about it. Some people say it's getting destroyed. Some people say it's like going to be really popular next patch. So I don't know. I don't know enough about it. What are my thoughts on the changes, Ponyo? I'm optimistic, actually. I mean, mages get hit pretty hard by the polymorph change. Mages are a class that like does not try to pump at all times, right? They're a spec that is trying to control. They're a spec that's it's basically trying to control until it has its damage, right? Like, you look at the way that like Frost is currently designed. It's lots and lots of just like stalling until they have Ray of Frost, and then they try and kill. You look at, I mean, that's how Moonkins work with Incan. They stall with Cyclones into like an Incan. Warlocks don't stall as hard, but I guess they're stalling for their mobility more than anything. Like, it's just, spammable CC is just a kind of a plague in general, I think. And the 16-second, and I'm not even saying that necessarily like it was, like, I think that Blizzard cooked to make it 16-second DI. That just made those things more annoying. So I think I'm not even saying necessarily 18 seconds. Like, I'm not even saying that necessarily it would have been a problem to keep it at 18. I don't think it has to go to 20. 20 might feel way better. Obviously, 20 makes them, it's the complete opposite, right? It takes spammable CC from being way crazier right now to being worse than it's ever been in 12.1. What that means to the game, I don't know. Most comps aren't affected by it. Like I said, the vast majority of classes and specs don't have spammable CC. It's only five classes specifically that do. So most classes can't even DI their own stuff anyway. But I think the game, combined with a slow change, I think it looks pretty good for cleave next patch. Like, just broadly, I don't know what cleave it looks good for. It could be for turbo. It could be for Ret Warrior. It could be for any. Honestly, Ret Warrior looks good with those changes. But when you can't spam CC and you're also like not able to slow as well, I think the patch will be it'll be a very bloody patch. Very bloody patch. Probably not in a bad way either, because it's kind of funny because I see a lot of people complain, especially Rogue Mage players, like talking about the idea that they don't want the game to just be Zug and everyone just running in the middle of the arena attacking each other. But to be honest, like, if you look at the history of Arena, or at least like the history of all the different meta comps of many seasons, like, it's pretty common for cleave to be good. It's only in the last couple years that cleaves really lost out. Cleaves were pretty powerful for about a 10-year stretch. About half of the game's history, and then just kind of hit a rough patch. In Shadowlands, really, the game really shifted away from cleave, and it became like very specialist. But if you played prior to Shadowlands, it was like a staple of all arena mop all the way through Shadowlands, which was about, I would no, Kata, actually. I would say Kata through Shadowlands about 10 years. About 2012 to 2011, 2012 until 2021 maybe. You had, like, I mean, it really wasn't until Dragonflight Season 2 they really killed it, but yeah, I think Warriors look great next patch. I think like Ret looks good with those changes too. Like, it's an interesting looking expansion, or an interesting patch. I feel like if you play, I'm actually surprised, Erlea, that you don't like arms for a couple reasons. It's like the more classic version of Warrior for one. Like, um, I think it's easier. I think you would play arms for legitimately like an hour and immediately would feel really really normal. No hotfix. I heard I got hotfix on NA, but not in EU. Shuggles. That's what I got told at least. I heard I got hotfix already. I think the nose isn't too bad. A3, yeah, you're in a nice. Yeah, that one's like the super. It's like new. I think it's part of the new things. At least relative to like going on the 747, 737 type thing. Looking at Nintendo U, it's fixed on NA. They fixed it on NA really quickly yesterday. You like it got fixed instantaneously. I don't think Blizzard ever intended an ability to have a 300k. From what I understand, it got hot fixed in the first like hour of it going in. They just didn't obviously deploy it on both realms. I mean, at least according to what I read from I think it was Leaker talking about it. I mean, it got hot fixed instantaneously. Yeah, he made a tweet 14 hours ago that it made it to EU, but it's already fixed on NA. Apparently on NA, Shadow Bolt hits for less than Shadow Bolt hits harder than Demon Bolt. Again, I don't pretend to know this stuff. I just know I'm reading right here. Apparently they buffed Shadow Bolt, but Demon Bolt has like a base nerf that makes it worse than Shadow Bolt, supposedly. Yeah. I mean, my assumption is the NA one's the one they actually updated and they just didn't deploy it to both. Like, there's never a situation in which they're gonna buff and hit they're not gonna make an ability hit the hottest of any ability in the game, like in a hotfix. You know what I mean? Like, it's not gonna be it's never gonna be their intent. You know? He's talking about it. Okay, this is the thread here if you want to read up on it. He runs Drust fast, so he looks at all the notes going through. Yeah, I don't like the conversation makes me uncomfortable mostly because again, I'm not trying to pretend that I have any influence on that type of thing. So like, I feel like when I say like I don't think it should hit that hard, and you say I think it should, it doesn't matter what either of us think. It doesn't, you know. I withdraw my opinion because it doesn't really matter for the most part. No, NA does not have Infernal Bolt on NA does not hit hard. Apparently it hit hard on NA for like a second and then it got changed. They just didn't get deployed on both regions because you get this stuff later on. And I guess they didn't. I don't know when they'll bring. You're gonna have to, maybe you have to bring servers down for tuning. I'm not sure. Like that. So it might be on realm restarts that they lose this. I have no clue. But on NA, it had for like an hour or so, and then it went away. They fixed it instantaneously. Doing arena? It looks like we're doing some, yeah, for a little bit. Demon Bolt apparently is not correct. I guess they did put it in, but it's like weird. Yeah, I don't know. I think Infernal, from what I understand, Infernal Bolt wasn't buffed. Infernal Bolt just inherited a buff to Shadow Bolt. Am I wrong? It was like it just inherited the buff to it. There's no patch note that said it should get buffed. It just got buffed because it inherits some modifiers from Shadow Bolt. I'm not even sure why it would make sense. But yeah, anyway, it's not buffed on NA. It got nerfed. I don't think Nikke sucks. I have no Verse and scared him. Might be ideal. But yeah, we're doing a little bit earlier. I don't know what we're doing. With keys. But Aaron and I are both very down to do 20s and 21s with you when you get back. You probably aren't doing anything over there, right? Other than like your raid on mop and stuff. Dread Plague buff? No, definitely not. Dread Plague buff is very, very tiny. Dread Plague is none of your damage. Dread Plague is nerfed in PvP. And the Dread Plague change after this, it's still nerfed in PvP. It's still just worse. Uh-oh. Freeze on. Now. I actually kill my pet with cleave. Okay, I can maybe win now. Maybe win through. He did die through. I mean, I wouldn't say DK is squishy. Yeah, if you're, I mean, that's US daytime. Depending on timing, it's possible that we can work with that too. So damage for this game. Dread Plague, 3% of my damage. Putrefy is honestly down a lot worse than I thought. Only 8% of my damage now total instead of. I feel like I got nerfed more than it said. I expected it to drop back by a little bit, but not by as much. I thought Putrefy was more like 13% of my damage before. So it dropping to 8% doesn't sound like it's like a symmetrical nerf, you know what I mean? Yeah, they didn't do any buff or nerf to them in the end. They stayed the exact same. Bro, $800 is pretty fucking bad. What? It shouldn't be $800. $800 sounds fairly absurd. Oh, what just happened? Oh, that's to Denver from Australia. Oh, $800 American or Australian. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that makes more sense. I was like confused. I don't know what the exchange rate is right now. USD to AUD. Yeah, that makes sense then. All right, we're mostly back. The 26 DS next patch, yeah. Not yet. I refuse to get hexed down. Seeing if I had the reset talent, I do. I should reverse this, I think. I'm not tracking the ashes and blood ones, probably. This is good for everything. Maybe kill this? Can't really save him. I made it onto him. He is in infinite trouble. This is a worse game for me damage-wise, I'm pretty sure. So did alright. You want more YouTube videos? Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. I could. I mean, I have no real reason to have not done them at the start of this expansion. To be honest, I don't think the start of the expansion was, super problematic. I enjoyed beta quite a bit too. Yeah, no, I mean, it's a good idea. Honestly, the change is interesting too. I've just been in a honestly, I've been doing a lot of Myth Plus recently. You know, it's a good idea though. We should send them the next couple days, like over the next couple weeks. My stuff on retail, I mean, I will try and see how it goes. I did stuff in Kata that like I think was good. Like had promise. I did one video on like War Within, and it was not. I mean, to be fair, you just like shove a whole bunch of content out there for the most part. I think. Pricing a carry. I was looking at the price for. I was pricing out how much gold it costs to get Aaron the trinket. How much was it? Too much for sure. I mean, I was looking at I was trying to figure out different prices for it all. It was like a over like I think conservatively a mil, but not with guaranteed loot. It's really just an opportunity to coin for a mil. This is block, I think. Is NS clone off that? So we're actually pretty afraid here. I think we should maybe be looking at Druid more. We're 2 behind Nato. Oh, unfortunately, NS clone got. I'm not sure what I should have done there differently. Just run, I guess. No, it's a good team. 1 year, 5 months. I don't know if that's true. I feel like it's been a little longer than that. Subathon was in 2022. No. Yeah. Like 2021 end of, yeah, but I think it was like 6 months, right? 5 months. It would have been end of 21, or like first half of 22. I mean, that definitely sounds more correct. Stevie, buddy, thank you for the 68-month resub. All right. Have a good one. Have a safe flight earlier, buddy. If you're on in the air, I'll be around too. I mean, I'll be around basically for the next 12, 14 hours. I don't think I sleep until about 13 hours from now. generally. So I'll be around in some capacity. Have a safe flight, buddy, and enjoy it as well. And thank you very much for the 100 gifted subs today as well, buddy. That is insane. Similar-ish deal, yeah. Similar-ish deal. Honestly, I should run on with him probably, honestly. That probably's not hooking anyone. I really don't want to IBF here. Really happy we didn't. This is Blade, so I think I'm okay with me trading here. Think zone's enough? I think I showed the poly though. Just trying to. I think he's on the block. 20. It says 25. We're gonna find how accurate that is in just a second, huh? What was this heal? This MC sucks. They killed him in that? Huh. Interesting. I don't think our damage was bad. Mage just does crazy shit the whole game. Surprised that feels as bad as it does. Holy Priest should feel, I think, easy for our comp. Maybe with different healer, like different healing class might make it easier. Like Masuva, I heard, I mean, I'm not sure if it's true anymore, but I heard that Masuva struggles to heal a comp. But I don't really think that, like, we had enough time, we just couldn't kill. I mean, Priest is not a great target. Neither is Rogue, I don't think, for us. Seems pretty rough. Not gonna lie. Just getting fucking handled. Doesn't feel like we have the most counter pressure either. He doesn't have no pressure, so he's full HP the whole time. I don't know what to do about it. We just don't feel like we're hurting him. We got a first block now. Maybe just massive visit it 3 times. Mm-mm. That was a mousy block. He didn't need to block there at all. That's a good fair. I guess I'll randomly try. Test and see. We get the last block. And a last evasion. That shell will work instantly. Yeah, she's gonna block for a long time now. Mage can die in a sec. I think we'll actually win. Dead. They just slowly ran out of stuff. I want to thank the 30-month resub, buddy. Glad you're here, man. What should DH do? I don't really, I don't know in which situation. It seems to think he's using Shadow Blade, so times 10. Bro, it's gonna feel so bad to press chains in those situations then. Such a bad global. When you're playing with long, I mean, maybe if you play haste, it'd be okay. I don't know if he fed there or not. He didn't. Ports. No, no. I thought they were looking to get me, but they were not. Fortunately, we're at 0 blocks right now. This looks like trouble. Alright, the block is a little bit off sync. Or no evasion. Or no cloak, rather. Is good too. defensive blind into my cooldowns. I feel like the MC might have been on me, but maybe not. Unfortunately, we are pretty off sync for blocks. I mean, it's just gonna have to be rogue. I think it has. I mean, it's not getting much down to mage. It's weird. I feel like, I don't know. Why does it feel so safe for the mage? Feels very safe for the mage in that matchup for some reason. Alright, we're mostly back. I don't know, we still have the same problem. This mage still has all his blocks. We just can't force any cooldowns around. I don't know. There's a small window between her. Might win here. On hyper. We got a giant heal. Maybe not. Can't save him. He's just still I bought him a global, but that was through a lot. It just takes too long to actually like start forcing cooldowns from them. Maybe some with DSGK is better because we need CC, but we have Incap with this comp, so I'm not sure if it actually helps that much. Maybe makes. I mean, I don't know. Streng's obviously good too. An extra DR compared to like your theoretical chain's longer. But yeah, pressure running is rogue mage was bad for sure. Like, I don't know. It was tough. kind of a mirror, but kind of also... Oh my god, he actually melded after. This is literally his Mythic Plus. I'm literally just playing Mythic Plus right now, man. Hmm. We're starting to fall into a bit of a problem here. All right, not a problem. Only solutions. Breeze is a lot of healing. Hidden's hard to deal with. I'd say Blast that you should play on Holy at the moment. Interesting games. I assume this interview at the end doesn't have anything else in it, right? It just has the one comment. All right, we got some stuff going on in a second. I'm gonna bear it back 1 sec, get some meat real quick, and then we'll send some more stuff. Thank you very much for watching today. Appreciate being around. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. I think we're doing some keys with Ryan, Aaron, Sophie, and let's see, build strong, and Osiris, I think. Oh, he is. Damn, we got pretty lucky, honestly. So I assume he's going to do, we're going to send a whole bunch of AAs. I think I have too much haste now on this character. I'm using like more haste than I use in PvP, I think. But supposedly the Sims higher, so I guess we'll see. Sims seem to think this is the right play. It might make more sense with Shaman because Shaman brings Mastery, and I think Mastery has diminished. Like, it doesn't diminish, but like I think. Well, actually, it does. Never mind. It does diminish. So when you use your big potion, your potion of recklessness, it gives you a shitload of mastery. But the mastery pushes massively into the diminishing returns. My crit's a little light. Probably fine though. Like I would prefer a tiny bit more, but I mean, what option do I really have? Crits per AoE? Yeah. The thing I was looking at Sims for Dungeon Slice, but it's also high level. The thing is, my old ring that I was using was 285. So it's 285 to 298. It's also nice if it is. I mean, I mostly see people using the other thing. I did interestingly see like it I think the value of so if I use a potion, which I really don't want to burn a potion, but like if I burn a potion, you'll see my mastery. I have 1199, right? 1199. If I use a potion, it should give me 1584. But instead, it's 2783. So the gap it gave me is 1584. Is that 1584? Wait. Potion of Recklessness is in the air. Interesting. It doesn't, yeah, but the percentage increase is different. As you push above 100%, every 1% isn't one. It's no longer 1% damage once you go above 100%. Should we neck? The neck is BIS for everyone, no matter what. If it was your haste above mastery, it's really bad. Ooh, that's a good point. It might. It does. Only way to fix that is to not flask crit and instead flask mastery, which largely defeats the purpose. But I could flask crit and it wouldn't be a problem. I have no other way to min-max it. Room's worried that would create the same problem. If you get procs at bad times on haste, it could completely cook me. I could just not. I could just use Mastery Flask. And it would never be a problem. I mean, I have no choice, right? For now, I have to do that. I mean, you also can just use your potion before you press army, which you should do anyway. Wait, no, hang on. It doesn't matter. Wait, it's irrelevant. You'll never ever, unless you fuck up your globals, it would never be a problem anyway. This is irrelevant. You should never be using army and then potioning. You know what I mean? Like it should never ever be the case. It should be impossible to do. Because you're potion snapshots, right? So that particular situation should never be a problem, ever, unless you fuck up. But you wanna use potion before you use your Gaiden or your army, because you want to get the snapshot increase on mastery, increasing the duration of your ghouls. So it should never, like, Gaiden should never have an interaction with that unless you potion late, which I guess it could happen. Like if it comes up in a really awkward way, but you should always be planning to potion before you army, right? Which means an army's tied to your Gaiden because it's always the same exact cooldown. So it shouldn't, but it does punish you harder if you fuck it up. Obviously, in this case, now I have fucked up mastery, but I think the entire point here is to not do that. So like, I have a potion in a sec, but I'm pretty sure as long as you always potion first, it'll always potion mastery. And then at the point that you would press guide on, yeah, it would be fine. Crafting's better. I don't know about the crafting being better. I mean, maybe it is. I'm tempted to try it. Again, the only thing I think of is with Shaman and Sky Fury, you're getting like quite heavily above the 100%. Like you're gonna have like 120% mastery or something like that when your stuff's up. So the 3% increase from the mastery isn't as crazy from Shaman when you're pushing super far above anyway. Like I think you also want some of this haste. Because previously everyone used well, not everyone, but a good number of people used neck with haste. I think you had to use a neck with haste. No matter all of the options you had were haste necks before, unless they were crafted. Right? Like you either could use Void Spire, the Lure one. Not Void Spire. Actually, it was the Void Spire one too. There's the Fallen King one, which has minor haste on it. This thing. It's like probably like 90-ish haste. Or you could use the March one for Midnight Falls. And that one also has very little haste, but has some. I guess the alternative is just to gem a few things of haste to pick up whatever the haste that was. But I think you do want to have some, not this much, obviously. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure you sim it like accurately. I was double socket. Yeah. I mean, this next insane. 100%. This was the best one before. With double socket for sure. But people are using Spore Hat instead now for the most part. Because the Spore Hat, the like absorb proc is insane. It's completely busted. I've simmed both, and both for me showed Spore Hat, but I don't know how you sim like real dungeon pulls with 30 targets, you know? I don't know how you manage to sim the giant pulls that exist. That being said, one of our weaknesses is boss damage at this point. And it's one of the important things I think, especially for Skyreach. Which is one I think this one is also this instance is pretty this boss is in this one too. There's 4 of them, right? It's a couple trash pulls and the boss pulls are really what you lose your time. So I think for us, I don't hate the idea of playing the haste if it's better for single target, because I think it's our weakness as a group. We have a little more like on trash. We have a little more damage than we need anyway because we're playing with a third DPS. but our bosses seem a bit slower. So, especially for like instances like Skyreach and lesser extent this one, maybe see you play the other stuff. I don't know. Still trying. See how it goes. But yeah, I think you'll find that if I use my this here potion of wreck is giving me mastery, and if I use army afterwards, it doesn't change it, right? It's still gives me the mastery. So now I just have, you know, a lot of everything on my big on big pull. I've got like a shitload of haste, a shitload of mastery. Like, I don't know. Maybe my crit's not quite high enough. I don't quite know how to model that. I would like a little more, but I don't have a good way to do it. We've already thrown everything we can to crit with Crit Flask. So when I look at my sim, I don't know what people use for sims for dungeons. I have no clue. Any sim I've looked at actually shows mastery as my third best stat. Every single sim I've looked at, you basically, from what I understand, you want your. My understanding is this: you want mastery to be your potion. You don't want a potion crit. You want a potion mastery. So you need your mastery to be your highest stat. That's the value. You want, if you can, you want mastery to be 1 point higher than crit, right? Just so you guarantee get your potion to turn into mastery. But outside of that, crit's better and haste is better. But I don't know how you look. I mean, every single person I've looked at, most people, the only person I've found with DK Shaman actually was playing Spore Heart or Spore Caller's Blooming Loop. Other than that, everyone just plays this set like this, but with this ring, but on Mythic. And they play zero haste. So my gear is not far away from. I mean, my gear is pretty much perfect. My assumption is there'll be certain instances where, I mean, I think it's all like comp dependent as well. I don't know, but my understanding of like no one's playing with Shaman for the most part with DK. They're playing with Monk. Shaman's interesting because the mastery buff, like mastery as a stat in general, gets worse the more you have because a 1% increase, like it has its own soft DR, I think. A good example is like if you've got like if your damage amp is very low, getting 1% mastery is 1% damage, right? In the best case scenario. But when your mastery amp gets very, very high, like goes above 100%, getting 1% obviously isn't 1% damage anymore, right? Getting 1% mastery is no longer giving you 1% damage because you're going from like let's say I'm at 200% mastery. All right, let's make an invisible number up, like a vague number up. If I'm at 200% mastery and I get 1% more damage from mastery, it's not 1% more damage. It's half a percent of damage. It's gone down to 0.5% per 1%. So my thought process, and maybe the thought process of the person that used that, is that with Shaman Mastery, even though it doesn't like go into DR, it still is pushing me further into soft DR. Like getting 3% more damage when I'm during that potion window, I'm at 120% anyway. No, Ryan changed trinkets. Yeah, I got it on Monk. It's nice. It means you don't have to raid. What if we just one shot this? What if we just actually one bang it? Could happen. It's not like it's a complex dungeon. What was the strategy using this? I assume it's the thing where wait, what do we didn't do we not need we need both of these to die. How are we doing? Yeah, that's the Sims seem like kind of scuffed because like again these pulls are so giant. The first pull in here is 30 mobs, but we're a weird comp too. Like we don't do in some instances we do like yeah our pulls are different. We aren't you can't model our comp the way you'd model other Death Knight comps. Nah, it doesn't. I don't think D&D ticks more. I think D&D ticks are. I think D&D and dots are static ticks. They don't scale with haste. I don't believe. It's just globals. Rotationally, I gotta say I like it so far. I mean, I'm doing less than DH. I'm gonna pull it. I probably should be doing more. We're on track. This is exactly the correct timings. We're not wasting any time so far. It's exactly perfect for me right now. Any faster and I would lose. I would not be able to do full dam. Currently, this is literally perfect for me. I cannot go faster than that. I would not get to army on pull, which would be trash. Just go past it. I used one bad global though. Accidentally epidemic once. Use it personally, yes. Why? The boss should... Huh? It'll die quick. It's my cooldowns now. My top damage is putrid though. Oh no. It hit me into the wall and pushed me past it. It pushed me past the wall, I don't know. That was weird. I mean, I had no choice but to I mean, I had to go past and outside, I guess. If I went any closer, I get pushed into the tornado. I actually don't feel that bad about that death. I don't think there's that many options that I had. Good options, at least. DK dot's weird, yeah. Diseases are strange. See, I don't know on this boss. With our timings, if I can army a second, like a third time, you kind of need for the bone though. I can just dark transformation as many times as I want. Maybe a dark transformation twice. Kind of awkward though. No, I had horse up and it was on. I didn't have one. A charge left. I horsed the first one, and the second one it ended like kind of as. I didn't actually see the duration on it, but yeah, I had it up to begin with. See how perfectly this stuff lines up. I feel like I could have armied there. Oh, it's looking good actually. I couldn't have armied there. These timings are perfect. Hmm? I'm immune in the next one. But I'm also, don't think we're planning on taking much more damage here. Yeah. It was the correct judgment, was it not? We can't. We would never use darkness or zone on the next trash. It wouldn't do anything. I'm never zoning on darkness. He's never darking this trash. If we die, we die. I mean, we just can't use our own stuff on this. Wouldn't do anything. Zone doesn't do anything near his dark. We're moving past, looks like. Watch out. Now. Yeah, no beers, so we do. Did you get beers? I don't know. I have no way to save us now. It's just too long. Are you in the right gear? PvP gear? PvE gear? Yes. I don't know. Wait. Uh, I don't know. So I could shell the rookie, but I don't know if it's good to. Is it? If you pre-shell, it's a 50% chance of targeting you. If you get it wrong, you just have to deal. You know what I mean? Like you don't know it's going to target you unless it's guaranteed, unless it alternates perfectly. Is it always like it can target you twice in a row though? So is it actually ever good to pre-MS the bomb on the cast? You know what I'm saying? Like, then you don't have shell when you do get targeted. Like if you press shell and then it just randomly targets no one, like it randomly doesn't target you, it targets everyone else in the group, then you have to deal with it the next time, which seems fairly counterproductive. Yeah. I would figure that like you're setting up for the best case. Like if you're lucky, it just targets you every time you press shell. No, you can't shell everyone. You can only shell every other one. So if you shell and it doesn't target you, then the next time you get targeted, you won't have shell for it, which is awkward. Maybe just say fuck it and roll the dice. Yeah, if you get it wrong, you just wipe though, right? Don't you? Because you'll run out of cooldowns really quickly. Shell shells are not shell. You only have to do 230k. You only have to do 230k healing to yourself to not get one shot with not pressing any cooldowns. If you press, I'm not talking about that. So if you only have to do 230k health to your total, 255k means I can never die. It just is enough that you don't ever die. Well, Ryan just did the math, and he said you only have to do 230k is what you have to do to not get killed, to not be killable. That's how much. Like if you look at the amount of damage take from mana bomb, and then the thing at the end, Aaron needs 230k of healing for herself, which means I need less than that because I have more health, I think. So, but yeah. We got so many keys this place. I don't know. If you want. But it's interesting. I wonder if the thing I had before, the weapon I had before from Pit, is hypothetically better than my current one. Yeah, it actually is. So I have a situation right now where I've got lots of mastery, but not much, I swear. Problem is I vended all the upgrade items I had. But it legit would be an upgrade. I think I have the gaff rust thing. Maybe I can still get it. Maybe it's my... Oh, I can't. Can you not search this shit? I actually can't. I'm pretty sure this is an upgrade. When I fully upgrade it. It gives me the tiny bit of haste that I'm missing. But it gives me 50 more crit as well. And I don't think I need the mastery. Redstone 21. This is you, Aaron? I don't know if crit one's better. Probably not. It probably is, actually. Am I supposed to go crit in this place? It's Rozelle's offline. I mean, you're kind of simulating the high difficulty now, so it's possibly fine. My damage is better there. Maybe Krish is too important. Quickly change this piece of gear and see if it's any better, because it actually might be. Let me see some sims too. While I look real quick. Logs. I'm gonna see if people could crit or Dungeons Academy. Buffs. Okay. Oh my god, they do. Black Dragon fights crit, right? Yep. They go crit. Interesting. So the same problem, right? When you have too much mastery, it doesn't give you like you're pushing that modifier above 100%. So it's got so you have so much of it that it makes your other stats just insane. When you use your potion. Okay. Well, that's gonna be nice. That's a nice thing to. I mean, it's not a huge difference, but it still helps. We'll get to see a bit of a new profile damage wise from that. Means I need to raid, I guess, for the other ring. Oh my god. Well, wait, this is crazy. Look at my stats. They're perfect. These are the most perfect stats I've ever seen. Look at this. 1182 crit. 1183 mastery. I'm literally exactly maxed out now. My stats are complete. You cannot be more perfect than that. It is literally impossible to do better. If I go any higher, I don't get mastery proc. That is the most perfectly statted gear I can possibly get. Huh? My gear is literally flawless. The weird part about this pool, I think I want to wait longer to send. She's lagging. mean, timings are still correct for me, even with her being DC'd. Just because the key difficulty shift. That being said, the popcorn's a bit differently. Maybe lost 15 seconds from it being dead. Maybe let's settle more than that, honestly. My stats are absurdly... I mean, these stats should be good. I should give another pull. Probably. Unless you just don't want any haste. Yeah, I'm trying to play. I mean, I'm not playing much haste. I was playing a lot of haste before with this thing, but I didn't love my damage. So now my stats are like literally like incredibly optimized. I have literally a single point of mastery more than crit. which is as close you want to get those as close as you can. And so I feel like these should be like hyper optimized stat wise. I click this off. How much I get? Yes, the mastery buffs are 3%. I mean, I feel like I gotta assume this is actually good stats. You want mastery. That's why you want mastery to be your highest stat, just by a teeny bit, as little as possible. You pull him? Do you pull her? Is it? Wait, you said just Arcan? Oh, we're just testing if she's lagging. There were maybe a tiny bit of lag there for her. Nope. I don't actually mind spamming this pull over and over again. Huh? Oh. We barely have a weapon this pull. I assume that's more promising than before. I'm doing a little bit more this time compared to doing a little less, but maybe he's doing less and I'm doing no more. He's got into meta again, so technically he's going to pass me now. Wait, what? I didn't even know that was even possible. Are we going the other way? We're just continuing on the key. They're just trying to test their thing at the same time as doing something. Could be. I don't think it's for you. I know who. Yeah, I do. S8. Watch out for the breath. Is not he is, yeah, I would consider him a pro. But huh? What are we doing? I don't know. Most of these pulls aren't doable with 4 people. They're still pretty rough pulls. Uh, yeah, I kind of like the chills, to be honest. I think PvP feels kind of hollow because it doesn't have that going for it, you know what I mean? Let me see. Oh wow, this thing's 5%. That much mastery is 5% damage? That's crazy. Maybe let's play this. Then didn't realize mastery was that broken for damage. Oh, it's yeah. All right, back in 1 sec. We're waiting for this. Always sunny. How's it going? It's going okay. We're having some PC issues potentially. Yeah, we're trying to solve or figure out whether there's a possibility. Right now, she can't play East Coast for sure, but let me find the West. What's the server that I've got that's West Coast? Tyke. I'm trying to find ways to. Are we testing this? Let me see if this is. Where's it going? It's blitz time? Wait, do you want to queue some blitz at some point, Crazy? I'm down to queue with you. I mean, I'm not queuing right at the second, but in general, I'm down to queue if you want to heal. Do you solo queue or do you normally duo? I fucked up. Kinda. But we're all gaming this time. So Aaron and I both changed the buffs we're taking for this place. Ooh. So I pressed this and it did not seem to care. I think I decided this is bad on. Oh, this is rough. I got rid of mine. Do we all get rid of it? No, I'm pressing a good amount, aren't I? Maybe I'm not pressing it perfectly. I did not do the most damage though. We are not back. What is it at? Wait, do guides actually say that? Right. Actually? That's interesting. Is that shit. I do press sorry per when I can. Yeah, I'm losing boss damage. If that's the case. Is that what guides actually say? I mean, I'll try it. Maybe you sit there and wait for burn. Well, I mean, if you don't want to burn, that's why they're probably changing it next patch. Maybe they don't. You don't want to like waste your damage on You don't want to waste your putrefies. Putrefies are a big amp, right? Like it's haste and it's mastery. So maybe it just cooks you too hard. Yeah, Ryan wants to game now. Because I guess we can try and just time this. Straight back into the 222s we've got. I mean, see, I just sorry, but then perhaps that was troll though. I can maybe try and reset enough before the boss. I'm DPSing as hard as I can, man. We're trying. I mean, getting this one on 20, this would be an insane 22 to have. Oh, I don't know if this is going to work. Oh, I don't know if it's going to work. We're fucked. Oh. It was perfect for me. It was actually like some kind of prime feast placement. Okay, here comes an auto attack though. Someone's getting one tapped. Nope. What's up? You keep clicking on the feast? Odd. All right, our timings are a little bit fast. I can adjust though. Not a bad thing. I can just recognize the bits where it is a bit faster. So I'm not going to get an extra dark transformation. It just one, not two. Also fucks with the timing on that too, but it's fine. Yeah, there's no M dot transforming again in 20 seconds. It would clip really hard.
Yo, mes darling, it's a sweet concubine Donnie Teabag.
Is it?
Last night me and Yoski ate liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti. It was delicious.
Chianti. I don't know what that is, but sounds majestic. I think it phases 45. Could be wrong. Phase boss. Good. Good. About half of the cast we lost. To be honest, I did execute that. We're not getting another one. On the real thing, maybe we would, based on this timing, but 4-2, so about 9 seconds slower. Not our fastest by any means. Let me have a look. I mean, damage looked good. I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't do much more than that. Normally, it seemed like a bad attempt for me. As we move into the big pulls again. Oh, save yourself, Ryan. You can't shell us. I'm okay. I use a lot. Oh. So should we stun in a sec? Oh no. Technically I fucked up, but we'll just deal with it. I interrupted this like 19 times. Now. I accidentally fucking focused the wrong type of mob. Huh? I'm not cooking anything. I'm fine. It's all good now. No, I focused the wrong type of mob, and I was like, and then I kicked the wrong mob, and then I'm like, oh fuck, I kicked the wrong mob, and then I like looked for my mob, and I found my mob like really late, and just interrupted 19 times those stuff. I think he wants to drop close to outside first. Yeah, he's. I'll pre-shell fine. Ooh. The pre-shell worked. Ooh. Letting him get that one. 4 is rough for me. I mean, I pre-shelled 2 out of 4 so far. Oh my god, I'm pre-shelling them all. It even works that way. With the boss just freaking out saying random shit. I mean, it's pretty clean so far. 25%. I mean, I don't even know. I'm not sure. It looked like the animation was, you know what I was noticing there, Rookie, that may have made it really bad, like really, really bad. I was noticing the animation go on me, and then it was hitting other people. I was seeing two other people with it. I think it only hits 2 targets. So what I think was happening was, like, it was bugging it out and just passing it to someone else, which is actually making everyone take more damage except me. I don't know for sure if that's what's happening, but that's what it seemed like was happening. The surge went off. I have one on focus, but hopefully I don't wipe to this. This would be an unfortunate place to wipe. Breath towards the group. Towards the group again. It hits 3 every time? Okay, in that case, I was getting a lot of them. Then it seemed pretty worth it. I mean, I never ran out of stuff is the important thing anyway. I guess you just assume worst case scenario, but you kind of make it best case scenario because the group has more space to work with. All right, skip time. So only one person doesn't get hit every time, basically. I said it was 2. We're starting over at the door. You can lust now. First one's off now. Second one's off now. Third one's off now. Zone. We skipped one. You want us to go back towards the group, towards the door now? We'll tell you when the next one's start. Next one's starting now. Next one's starting now. That's the last one. They should never get any more cast off. Move to the door. One might go off. It's thinking that's going off. The next one's going off. I'm lining it. Last one won't go off. Can you kick that? Nice. Lots of beer as is. Ooh. I was trying to position for beer as in. There's some shit in this spot. He wants to go through. My guess. Tang this in a good spot. Okay, that wasn't worth it. Drop really quickly anyway. What am I spelling just spawn over here? Do the AoE. Hurry it up. There it is. We're not going to make it. Are we really not going to make it? We're not going to make it. Holy shit. Well, I gotta say, it's a bit tight as a key. What do we get? We have 22 AA, 22 AA. I think showing 2 sets of everything. You got what? Caverns? I'm just coining this randomly. I hope that I get a. No, there's no reason to coin this place. I've already coined the legs, though, which makes it terrible. Wait, no, I haven't. Coin the legs. Not that. Never that. And that was a better performance by me from last time, but not by much. By a teeny bit. Yeah, boss seems safer generally. Good morning, Cookie. How we doing today, buddy? All right, this is Ryan's. This is Ryan's sketchy run. That. He never knows the route, I assume. How are you doing today, Cookie? 22. Ryan survives the ope. What's wrong? You have no cool ones, you said? I mean, I don't know. That's just a sketchy fucking pull. I'm gonna zone the next explosion from the Guardian. I'm gonna zone the whole group on the next Guardian pop. It's on you. I mean, it's just there should only be one more of them. That should be the last one we get, hopefully. Nothing else goes off. It's on me. It's fine. I'll live. She pulls more berserkers now in this pool. Okay, this is everyone uses something here. I'll delay the next one. actually confused at how my damage is this bad. I guess I just did a tragic job on the first boss, single targeting more than I AoE'd. He's waiting for a pat. The pat's in a very tragic spot. That's why he's sitting here. It's probably how it'll be on 23, though. We gotta be ready to use everything on this. Oh, my damage is awful. What's going on? Okay, he's in. I need to focus on these. He's gonna jump down, leap, and then plant, I think. Gang is all here. For instance, boss. I live. I'll still live. I'm finally doing this mechanic correctly. I'm shelling every one of these things now. He's gonna do some sketchy. There it is. Nice, Core. Congrats, buddy. That's sick. Which one did you do? MT. We actually had a lot of trouble with MT21. We were wiping that on Friday. Or, no, like 2 days ago. On reset, we were wiping 21. Before we did it on 22. Oh no. First one in this boss, like correctly. Shelled all his mechanics. It's boss Sam. Boss Sam was good, but everything else so far has been pretty disappointing from me. Pretty disappointing. The pulse.
My god.
You know, purge? No purge?
Yeah.
I mean, it should be doable without it. It should be possible. Just incredibly difficult, especially considering it's a 22. Just very difficult. That's interesting. We're actually too fast on this. Bro, we did this pull so clean. Holy shit. Unbelievably clean. He can't purge it. He's waiting for the DH to do it. It hurts. It stings. It burns. How many? We gotta pull a lot of these things still. I mean, it's gonna hurt. And they'll blow up. Bro, if a mega spawns in a bad place, we fucking die. We're faster than last time by quite a bit. And it might mean that my cooldowns are just a teeny bit cooked. Or the opposite of that, but I'm not sure how that would be the case. This boss I lose a lot of time on. I'm not expecting to do a good job on this guy because I have to spend so much time moving around gripping. Alright, burn time. Not even close. A little bit close. Mm-mm. Looking pretty good. I think we don't need you full wiped and still got it and matched it is crazy. Maybe he needs these bats this time with this route. Fine. Hmm. Hmm. We just gotta limp highway though. I'm gonna pop up my CDs in a sec. We have plenty of time. I'm just not gonna use cooldowns in the opener. I can only use Dark Transformation one time. We should put totems mid, like towards Sophie. Uh-oh. One of them is not like the others. We're alive, but yeah, we did not place... Someone placed them on the other side of the boss. Me and Sophie are on one side, and then one person placed on the other side. I have clean CDs this time, though. I will injure this boss a lot. I put mine centered. Fine. Random coin. Yeah, Sky reaches him? We're pretty good at this. We've done very well in that place in general. Unfortunately, neither of those keys is super interesting for us. It just still seems like we're supposed to go back to unless you want to take a risk somewhere. 2 attempts at Skyreach is interesting, but it'd be better to line up some with the Skyreach by re-rolling one of the 22s into Skyreach than it would be to, you know what I mean, like getting an extra pull and it's more impactful. If we're being efficient with our time here, we're going back to AA. If we have time left, we're going back and using it in AA. It's the only good option. If you wanted to not do AA today and save it tomorrow, then you do Spire and reroll your it's that yeah, I'd say Spire or AA are the 2 good options. I'm not completely sure there is another good option. What the fuck? I'm not streaming with Ryan. I hit accept on his thing. That's weird. Well, what's the plan now? I mean, for points, it's winner now. Winner is probably if her internet's stable, it's winner now probably. Because we shouldn't, in theory, need any practice for it. It's just a key that we are pretty good at, but haven't finished yet. Academy is just tight though, like very tight. For mounts, for PvP, it's 2,300 in threes. I am reporting to one right now. Yep. Yeah, unfortunately, only in threes. I'm just trying to pull with a other ring on and just see. I feel like boss damage is pretty important in here. Oh, there's so much time in the season still. You're chilling, man. You got some time. So much time. We're only just a little over halfway in the season, I think. I think it's still another 6-7 weeks. We've just been unlucky with this place. There we go. Is that I could believe that, Sonny. I could be convinced of that. Oh, but pat positioning is really good. Made a kind of weird snap decision now, but maybe it'll be good. I used 2 Dark Transformations in this pack, but we're hoping to hold our big damage for the next pack. We're basically betting on being at the next pack by 20. We'll be fine. At this point, I'm certain we'll be fine. Font of damage is called Font Magic. It changes your damage numbers. I want to find out. Maybe to save cap for the point he wants. You have decos, right? Good. Not zoning this. I think it's too important on the boss. He's doing it. You're impost. The fuck. Are they out of combat? Is why they're doing that? I don't know what we're doing, huh? We're just kind of cooked. Maybe beer is me? Yeah, wait, man. He's saying the DH went too close and aggroed them before he feared them.
My God, I got fucking
What's the fires coming in? Let's just try and pre-shell these. Does it work that way? I don't know. No, we lost a lot of time on that. 2 minutes slow. I think the actual boss time was okay. I mean, I lost some boss time too because I didn't get to popcorns at the start. We're hoping for good. We're hoping to make up time here with a good pat. We got a good pat. I'm targeting myself so I can't accidentally aggro shit. Once we're in, not right away. Now. About 30 seconds faster on that pull. He's probably going. Botched it. We're botched. It's game over. There's no way. Is there a master race? Was there a master race that existed this whole time? Do you have a second heal that works in here? Like, can you use masters in through a wall? You don't. It's just. I mean, he thinks you can master his. I mean, this is not a question for me, man. I'm not a heal. I don't play a single healing class. It's a different ability. I mean, it's not called Master Resurrection. It's called Ancestral Vision. Do you have it in your spellbook? Just look in your spellbook. I don't know. I mean, I don't have your spell book. Huh? I mean, you're only. It's gonna pull it. I don't know if I put my cities here or not. Guess I do. They really got Ryan the fucking hooked him. Why don't I move him like closer a different way, but I'll tell you when the first one's going off. In a sec. First one going off now. Second one, no, I lied. Actually, hasn't picked yet. Now it's going off. I tried to bait it and got hit by things moving through. I don't like that way of doing it, to be honest, but I'm sure it's a thing. Just get used to it. I don't know what the correct way to bait this is. If we're all stacked in the wall, we're going to need a million things at our feet. So the only way you can really do what we want to do there is have us stand on the other side and him stand on one side. Is the best thing you can do. That positioning felt weird. I think he stands on, like he has to max range on the other side. And we stack on one side. There's like a million, I don't know, it's awkward. Just trying to avoid but not move too much on the arrows is the problem. Hey, we going off? 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're going off in 3, 2, 1. IBF, Healthstone. Hey, we're going off in 3, 2, 1. Hey, we're going off. What do you mean, it felt better or worse? He wants to do the same thing again. Hmm. Yeah, but he did the 44-month resub, buddy. That's why his hillside's locked off. He's doing this pull, by the way. The first baits were not a success. So we want to be...
What was that?
I don't know. First cast going off. Big hit. 2, 1. Other one's going... We're dead. Dead, probably. You basically want to have lots of space around you, but be against... Like, have your back to a wall. And it shouldn't happen. This is good positioning here. You can pretty much use however much space you want. We just need to be in the open. It's the only important thing. Cast going off. 2 casts going off. Big hits. I mean, I don't know how you survive that. You just need Jesus whenever it happens. Yeah, I guess it is a bit of a time save. Probably like 10 seconds alone just doing that pool beta cleaner. Hmm? Yeah, I don't know. Depends on how it's going. The question now. Question I want to know. Like, there's no point finishing the dungeon. Oh, actually, there is. Could finish this dungeon to fish for AA if we wanted to have a woman. And we just had bad timing on that, right? Which is really bad timing. What are you doing? What is Ryan doing in Trent form? All right. That's our last key, I guess. There. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'll queue up BG, I guess, but we'll probably stop pretty soon. He's already 6. Probably should stop now, honestly. I don't like that it's a shorter stream, but I can't. We need a little more sleep than we're getting at the moment, I think. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, GG's guys. Thanks very much for watching. Thank you to Amp for the 44-month resub, Bo for the bit, Arglin for the 30-month resub, Diva for the 68-month resub, Pick for the host, Wild for the 20-month resub, Erlea for 100 gifted subs, Chuck for the host, Matt for the 3-month gifted sub, Shiddle for the 121-month resub. I'm sorry, Briggsy buddy. We gotta head off for now, but I'll be on tomorrow night. Good night, guys. Thanks for watching.